Participants separated. Other participants join also. Hello participants, very short, within short time we are going to start our first session. कदम सर को बजाएंगे।
कदम सर मैडम जॉइन झाले ना?
Good morning. Good morning to all dignitaries, guests, students of MBA and MCA with a great joy and immense happiness. I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all presented here for today's one-day workshop on sensitization of research culture among students of MBA and MCA. The students and faculties from different colleges have registered for this one-day workshop, and this is in the hybrid mode. Many of have joined with the Zoom link, YouTube link, and some are physically attended this. They came for attending this workshop. The world is full of diamonds and gems, and we are having some of them here today to build this event. Dr. Nandakumar Pradhan sir, Vice Principal, Jaisingpur College, Jaisingpur, and Dr. Bindu Menon, Associate Professor, C. Cyber Kolhapur, are today's resource person for both the sessions. Definitely with this note, I would like to give my heartiest welcome to our Principal Dr. R.A. Shinde sir, Professor in charge Dr. M.M. Ali sir, Dr. R.M. L.A.T. sir, convener of this workshop, dear faculties, colleagues, and my dear students. Warm welcome to everyone present here and joined virtually with Zoom. I welcome to all for this one-day workshop on sensitization of research culture among MBA MCA students under lead college activity in association with Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I would like to admit my thoughts. A good event never ends in the world. They take only a pause and keep us awaiting for the next. So I request all of you to enjoy these two sessions. Definitely, today's resource person will inculcate research values among you, and definitely they will sensitize the research culture among you. I request Dr. R.M. L.A.T. sir to introduce our today's resource person, Dr. N.L. Kadam sir, for this first session. He will guide us on research design and questionnaire, a data collection tool.
Thank you very much, madam. Good morning to one and all. At the outset, I pass my tribute to our founder, director of C. Cyber Kolhapur and VPMS Sir Sangli, late Professor Dr. A.D. Shinde Sahib. In the beginning, on behalf of our Honorable Principal Sahib, Dr. R.A. Shinde sir, and Professor in charge, Dr. M.M. Ali sir, I welcome all the resource persons and as well as the participants from various colleges, faculty members from various colleges, my colleagues from UPMS Sir Sangli, and as well as the students of VPRMS Sir Sangli. A warm welcome to one and all to today's one-day workshop organized by Vasantara Dada Patil Institute of Management Studies and Research in association with Shivaji University, Kolhapur, under lead college activities on the theme Sensitization of Research Culture among MBA and MCA students. As you all know, today research is playing a very crucial role in every walk of life, irrespective of the subject or the specialization whatsoever may be. Therefore, keeping this in mind, we selected this particular theme. Especially, sensitization of research culture will definitely help MBA and MCA students as they are going to undertake their project report work immediately after completing their second semesters. Maybe it is MBA first year or maybe it is MCA second year. Dear participants, today's workshop will definitely help you a lot. Why? Because we have selected the renowned good teachers and the resource persons, and today I am here to introduce the first resource person, that is Dr. N.L. Kadam sir. Dr. Nandakumar Kadam sir is presently Associate Professor and Vice Principal at Jaisingpur College, Jaisingpur. He has to his credit educational qualification MCom with advanced accounting, MCom with advanced costing, MCom with advanced statistics. Along with, he completed MPhil, PhD, MBA, GDCINA, and also CCRT. Sir has to his credit a vast experience, that is administrative experience, in charge principal at Yashwantrao Chauhan College, Kulkarni, Taluka Chandigarh, Kolhapur for 6 years. Presently, he is vice principal at Jaisingpur College, Jaisingpur since last 10 years. Head of the department since last 31 years. He worked as member of local managing committee for last 10 years. He has to his credit almost more than 40 years teaching experience, both undergraduate level and as well as postgraduate level. Sir has published textbooks with ISBN number, edited books with ISBN number, research articles in reputed journals. He worked as a resource person, coordinator, chairperson in many conferences and workshops. Sir has to his credit more than 50 research papers presented in various conferences, workshops and seminars. He also delivered 40 lectures in various colleges as a chief guest in various seminars and workshops. Dr. Kadam sir is recognized research guide of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Presently, 4 students are pursuing PhD and 2 students are already awarded PhD from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He is referee for PhD, MPhil, MCom, MBA and BBA programs. He also worked as a member for local inquiry committee, expert committee of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. So worked as ex-member, Board of Studies in Retail Marketing and IT, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Kadam sir also worked as a member of Board of Studies in Commerce, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He also worked as a member of Board of Studies in Business Management, Karmavir Bhaurav Patil Mahavidyalaya, Pandharpur. He also worked as a Board of Studies, member of Board of Studies in Cost and Management Accounting in Tozaram Chaturchand College, Baramati. He also worked as member of Selection Committee for Selection of Assistant Professor. He is also member of Syllabus Revision Committee for MCOM, BCA and BBA. Sir has also worked as reviewer of books published in School of Distance Education, Bharati Vidyapit, deemed to be University, Pune. He also worked as CAT Director, Chairman of Paper Setting Committee, and also Dr. Kadam sir participated in more than 100 conferences, seminars and workshops. So with this brief introduction, may I request Dr. Nandakumar Kadam sir to start with his presentation. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Kadam sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Namaskar. Am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Yes.
Am I audible, sir? Kadam sir.
Yes.
माझा आवाज ऐकू येतो, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, please start, sir. Please start.
Okay. Namaskar. Myself, Dr. Nandakumar Kadam. At the outset, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the principal of Vasantdada Patil Institute of Management and Studies and Research, the organizing committee of this workshop, and the staff which is working for success of this workshop. I know what efforts have to be taken for organizing a workshop. So all the team members who are working directly or indirectly for organization of this workshop, I congratulate them and also I extend my sincere thanks. LT sir, Deshpande madam, you have selected a very good topic which is very essential right now because it is connected with the research, and you know the research is always welcome, always important, always have significant. So I congratulate you both, LT sir, madam and your team for selecting a very good topic for discussion. Now I would like to start my discussion. Okay. Just a minute. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Is there any technical problem, madam?
No. No, sir.
I am finding some here technical problem because I am not finding here myself.
Sir, stop your sharing and then share again by selecting screen option. First option.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Sir.
Mr.
Am I audible?
Yes. Okay, let me start.
सर काय करा पीपीटी F5 करा ना म्हणजे तुम्हाला जर मोठी दाखवायची असेल तर अदरवाइज राहू दे.
Is it okay? Okay, let us start our discussion. First, we will see why should we conduct research. That is most important. Why should we conduct research? The workshop is organized to sensitize the research culture. So first we should know why should we conduct research before knowing what is meant by research. A human mind is always for search for new facts. It is natural tendency. It is human tendency. It is always search for new facts. And for searching new facts, research is essential. We have to modify some existing facts. For this purpose, essential research. To add new knowledge, we are having some misconceptions. We are having so many misconceptions. I will give one example. Many times, I have observed while taking Viva of MCom students, MBA students, just I ask questions that how you will increase the profit, how you will increase the profit that you are selected for research. Many times students answer that the company that they have selected should advertise in TVs, on internet, by so many medias. And by this way, the company will be popularized and they will get market. And by this way, they can increase their profit. I think it is a misconception. Because only by advertising, we cannot increase our profit. Because when we advertise, we have to spend more on advertisement. And you know, so many times, those who are watching TV and internet are not observing the advertisements. When you will watch the TV, when you are watching the TV, and when you are observing that there is a advertisements, then at the moment that you see advertisement, you switch over to the another channel. It means your expenses spending on advertisement is not getting it is not fruitful. It is not getting responses. So why should we spend more on advertisement? But generally it is misconception that if we advertise, we will sell more and we will get more profit. Okay, so we have to remove some misconceptions. There are some ignorance also in social sector, in commerce sector, in business sector. There are so many ignorance. We have to remove it. And for this purpose, research is essential. There are so many problems. You know, you are finding so many problems in the business sector, commerce sector, problems related to finance, problems relating to HR. So many problems are there. And we have to find some solutions. How we could found the solution? Only by research. It is also helpful for the decision making. Many times it is necessary to find out the cause and effect relationship or interrelationship of different variables. Say for example, sales and profit. expenditure and sales, turnover and assets, debt and equity. There are so many variables that are interrelated. Means if we make some changes in one variable, then automatically it will lead to the changes in another variable. So we have to find out the interrelationship also. Sometimes we have to make the process easy. For this purpose also, we have to study more. So we have to conduct research. Developing new theories, developing new tools and techniques, studying individual behavior of customers, employees, evaluate individual and social problems to get better. We always try to have some more plus, and this can be achieved only by research. We can study human welfare. This research is also calculated for curiosity also. Some persons are interested in research to observe, to know what will happen if we do in this way. What will happen if we do in this way. In this way, they make some experiments. Their curiosity. Some persons are interested in research. They have desire that I am going to invent something new. I am going to discover something new. They have desire, and because of this, they engage themselves in the research. And the last reason is to obtain the degree. It is compulsory to get the MBA degree. You have to submit your project report. Otherwise, you will not be awarded the degree. So there may be one reason to get the degree. So there are a number of reasons for which we have to conduct the research. Research is essential. Without research, even now, I will dare to say that living will not be possible. We are getting new things, new services, new commodities. All these are results of research. Even now I am talking with you by sitting in my department. It is the result of research. It is the result of research. So research is essential. And it can be conducted for any way, for any reason, in any field, in any sector. Where there is a problem, you will find the research. So what is the main cause of research? What is the main reason of research? Why the research should be conducted? Only because of the problems. If there are problems, we can conduct their research. If there is no problem, there is no necessity of research. It will not be necessary to conduct the research if there is no problem. If all is well, if everything is going very rightly, then there will be no reason, there will be no need to conduct the research. So research is here only because there are problems. Problems may be different. Maybe financial problems. If we consider the commerce sector, there may be some financial problems, there may be some production problems, there may be some human resource problems, marketing problems. So many problems will be there, and to solve this systematically, scientifically, we have to conduct the research. So research is essential first. Now we will go for the what is meant by research. I will brief it. I think you have already studied what is meant by research. I think you have attempted examination on the first paper. There may be some research methodology and project work, or there may be a semester, there may be a paper on research work or research methodology. I will brief it here. What is research?
Sir, sorry to interrupt you. PPT तुमची पहिली स्लाइड दिसते सर, ते हे करायला पाहिजे. पहिली स्लाइड दिसायला लागले.
मी स्टॉप करून पुन्हा करू का?
नाही सर, ते एक खाली दाबायला पाहिजे, म्हणजे त्याशिवाय ते पुढे सरकत नाही. नुसतंच पीपीटी शेअर करून नाही होणार. F5 करून
F5 करायला पाहिजे ना.
हा येस सर.
आता दिसते का बघा.
हा सर आता दिसते. येस सर.
आता नेक्स्ट येते काय.
नाही नेक्स्ट नाही. आता तुम्ही केले का नेक्स्ट. आता पहिले वॉकिंग रिसर्चच्या स्लाइड वर आहे पण F5 दाबल्याशिवाय ते पुढे पुढे जाणार नाही सर.
F5
ठीक आहे सर गो अहेड. आता नाही शेअर झाले.
आता ते वर्किंग झालेले शेअर
नाही झाले शेअर सर.
ओके पुढे जाते का नाही.
हा झाली सर झाली. गो अहेड सर झाले.
आता पुढे मला दिसत नाही. पुढे झालेली. ओके वन मोर. It will be better to have this one.
Sir, go ahead. PPTs are visible, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, we'll continue. What is research? Research is a careful, patient, and systematic inquiry. All the words are very important. Research should be conducted very carefully. There should not be any negligence, carelessness. Most important thing is that we should have patience. Because many times we could not get expected results, anticipated results. Your efforts, your work may go in vain. Still you have to continue. So you have to make efforts. I have found when I was guiding some students, many students complained me, sir, data देतच नाही तो, ते काय माहिती सांगतच नाही तो. We are not getting the data, we are not getting the information. So how could we conduct the research? That is the main question. They ask for one time or two times and they come to me with the complaint that they are not providing information. I always tell them, be patient, go again and again and again, show your urge, your interest, your keen in the research, and they will find that you are really interested in research, and then they will provide the information and data. So you should have patience. Many times in all commerce research, we have to collect information from business organizations, from employees, from customers. Generally, they are not ready. If you ask the business person, give me some financial data, how he will be ready? How we can expect that he should be ready at very first time? So you have to approach, you have to visit again and again, request them, show your keen interest, and then they can find that you are really a research student and it is essential for your research only, then they will provide the data. So patience is essential. Next is the systematic. Research, there is a specific program. What should be done first? What should be done second? There is a specific structure. We have to follow this structure. We cannot follow or you cannot conduct research by any way. You have no need to follow a specific sequence. We are going to study here. So careful, patient, and systematic inquiry. It is a critical and exhaustive investigation. Critical, it is important. You should have ability to criticize what is happening, why it is happening, what are the reasons, how we can remove it. It is objective and scientific analysis. Objective means when we are not having any bias, when we are not having any prejudice, then it is called as objective analysis. You should have your mind clear. You should have your mind clear. Don't go to the research, don't conduct the research by thinking that this is happening in this way, by prejudice. If you are having some prejudice, if you are biased, then you will not get the correct results. While conducting the research, you should have clear mind, whatever may be the results. Okay, so it is a systematic and logical process. One more thing that is important, that it is in-depth and controlled study. In-depth. Okay, in-depth means when you deep for getting reasons, when you peep to getting results, causes, then it is called as in-depth study. Research always attempts to explore some new things, some new ideas, some new facts that we don't know presently. It is expert and accurate examination. It is expert, that is important. When you are going to conduct the research, you should have expertise in that matter, in that topic, in that subject. If you don't know in deep, if you have no sufficient knowledge of that particular unit, that particular topic, that particular area, that particular subject, then you will not be able to conduct the research. So research requires expertise. So whatever topic, whatever subject, whatever area that you have chosen for your research, first study very clearly, because it is expert and accurate examination. Then we will go further ahead and we'll discuss in what respect we can conduct the research. Research of what or research in what? We can conduct research in existing facts, accepted conclusions. Just an example, that if you advertise more, you will get success in improving, in increasing your income. That is misconception. It is accepted conclusion. But we have to conduct the research and we have to prove that whether it is correct or wrong. We can conduct research in existing theories. I will give you one example here. What is the theory? If you want to get profit, you have to sell your product at higher and higher prices. This is the present theory. If you want to earn more profit, or if you want to earn a profit, you have to sell your goods at more and more prices. But we have, and I think you have also observed, also you may be benefited, that Jio 2-3 years before, 4 years before was providing free internet to all their customers. How it is possible? Still they were earning. While when they were providing free internet, Jio, you have observed, I think you are experienced, and I think you might have benefited. They were providing free internet, but they are earning profit. This is what is the present theory, that if we want to earn a profit, we have to charge some fees, we have to charge some price, we have to charge some money. But even without money, they were earning. So if we conducted research, you will get some new theories, some events, some questions, some problems, relationship between various phenomena, different phenomena, attitude, behavior, or performance of employees or the business persons. We can conduct the research. There are some concepts. Commerce itself is a concept. Business itself is a concept. There are some concepts. We can conduct the research in these concepts. We can conduct research in any field of knowledge, any natural phenomenon or any human phenomenon. Now you are finding that many researchers are conducting research on how or what was the policy of great Shivaji regarding their commerce, or Shivaji as a management guru. Shivaji as a management guru. Human phenomena. They are studying Shivaji in a different way. What was the policy of Shivaji regarding business, regarding import-export, regarding commerce? What was the management principles of the great Shivaji? We can study Tata, we can study Birla, we can study Dhirubhai Ambani. There are so many personalities. We can conduct research. So research can be conducted in any sector. तुम्हाला सांगू काय, रिसर्च हे प्रेमासारखं असतं. जसं प्रेम कुणावरही करावं, तसं रिसर्च कुठल्याही सेक्टरवरती करता येतं. जसं तुम्ही या ठिकाणी प्रेमाचा विचार रात्रंदिवस करत असता, you have to think over on research or your research day night. Okay, so जसं प्रेम कुणावरही करता येतं, तसं रिसर्च कोणत्याही गोष्टीवरती करता येतो. Only required thing is that you have to think over it continuously. You have to put your efforts. You have to take efforts, take some steps to achieve what you expected. Okay. Now we'll come to our topic. I have briefly explained what is research. Now we'll come to the research design. The very essential step in conducting the research is research design. Rather, I will say, without research design, it is not possible to conduct research. Because research design is a plan of action that are to be taken during the course of research. Research design is the arrangement of conditions for collection and analysis of data in a manner that aims to combine relevance to the research purpose with economy in procedure. So it is related with the arrangement of collection of data. How we will collect the data, that we have to decide. How we will analyze the data, that we have to decide. We have to decide in advance. We have to decide in advance. This advanced plan is research design. It is a conceptual structure. We will make a frame. We will make a structure within which research is conducted. How to conduct research is decided in advance. That is research design. Or you may say it is a blueprint described in collection, measurement, and analysis of the data. How to collect the data, how to measure the data, how to process the data, how to analyze the data, how we can have some interpretations from the data. That should be decided in advance. That should be decided in advance, and it is done in the research design. Research design is an outline of what the researcher will do from formulation of a problem to preparation of final research project. Right from first thing to the last thing. Whatever you are going to do, if you outlined first in advance, that is research design. It is a master plan. It is a master plan specifying the methods and procedures for collecting and analyzing the needed information. It is the logical and systematic planning and directing a piece of research. From these definitions, we can know that research design is a plan, systematic planning of what is to be done, where it is to be done, how it is to be done. It means how to conduct the research, when to conduct the research, why to conduct the research. That all will be decided in first, in advance. This plan, this blueprint, this master plan is called as research design. Okay, so research design is a plan of action that are to be taken during the course of research. Okay, if you want to construct a research design, just ask some questions, get the answers. All the answers will be combined, and that will be the research design. So just ask some questions. I'm giving you here. Get the answers. If all the answers combined, you will find that it is a structure, it is a research design. Which questions to be asked? What is the study about? What is your study problem? What is your study area? What is your study subject? What is the study about? In which respect you are going to conduct the research? Regarding financial management, regarding cost of capital, regarding financial position, regarding human resource management, regarding pricing, regarding marketing. What is the study about? That you have to state first. Then next is, why is the study being made? What is the necessity? What is the need of your study? It means here you have to state your objectives. Why you are going to conduct the research? State your objectives. Where will the study be carried out? The place. The place of research that you have to decide. What type of data is required? You know there are two types of data, primary data, secondary data. Whether your study, whether your research is based on primary data only or secondary data only, or you are going to use both types of data, primary as well as secondary. So you have to get the answer here. Where can the required data be found? If you decided you require primary data or secondary data, then where you can find this data? What are the places? What are the units? What are the organizations? Which are the organizations which will give you the required data? That you have to get the answer here. The next is, what will the sample design? If your research is survey research, then many times it is not possible to get information from all the respondents in the population. You have to go for the sampling. So how you will select your sample? What will the sample size? What will be the method of sampling? Get the answers of these questions. What techniques of data collection will be used? There are so many techniques of data collection or methods of data collection. Suppose primary data, you can get information or data through observation, through questionnaire, through interview. Okay, so there are some techniques to get some data. Which technique you are going to follow? How will the data be analyzed? You have to get the answer. There are various tools and techniques which are useful for the analysis of the data. Say, for example, financial techniques. You can use ratio analysis. You can use comparative statements, common size statements. Okay, these are some financial techniques. You may have some statistical techniques like measures of central tendency, measures of dispersion, time series. These techniques you can use for your analysis purpose. So which techniques you are going to use here, that you have to decide. Get the answers. Ask question, get the answer. And last question is, in what style will the report be prepared? So from deciding the title, deciding the area, to finalizing the project report, you have to question yourself. What is the study about? What is the study being made? What are the reasons? Where the study will be conducted? All ask the questions and get the answers. Write it correctly. You will get research design. So research design is the answer of all these questions. Okay. Next, we'll discuss what are the parts of research design. You know, research design is very important, very significant. During the course of research, it is very much required. We should have planned. So we will discuss research design in depth, thoroughly, completely. What will be the parts of research design? There are 4 parts. One is sampling design. We have to design our sample. Just I told you. If your research is survey research, you are collecting information from masses. At such time, it is not possible to get responses from every member of the census, every member of the population, universe. So we have to opt sampling. In sampling, first we have to decide our sample size. If we decided first our population and universe, then we have to decide about the sampling, and in sampling we have to decide first what will be our sample size. There are so many formulas readily available on internet. Just search on Google that sample size calculator. You will get number of websites which are providing you the formula and a ready-made answer for your sample size. So you can decide sample size, which method you are going to follow for sampling. Say, for example, simple random sampling, stratified sampling, systematic sampling, or you may say a probability sampling, non-probability sampling. There are some methods. Considering the nature of your research, you can use any one of them, or you can use combined methods. Okay, so you have to decide here the method of sampling. Then how you will choose the respondents. The third very important step. 3 steps. One is, first you have to select the sample size. 100 sample size, 200, 500, whatever it may be. Okay. There are some formulas that you can use for determining the sample size. After deciding sample size, you have to decide sampling method. Simple running, stratified, cluster, so many methods are there. I think you have already studied well. You have to decide about the sampling methods. And then how you are going to choose your respondents. That also you have to select here. You have to choose here. You have to decide. Okay. So you have to prepare a sampling design. Sample size, sampling method, and selecting actual respondents. What will be the constraints? What will
Sir? Hello, sir. Sir?
हेलो हेलो सर कदम सर
Hello, participants. Please excuse us. Some technical issues there. Our resource person will join very shortly. Please have patience. Sorry, participants. Our resource person is joining. Due to some technical issue, he is out of meeting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
okay? We'll continue.
Okay. Share the screen, sir. Share the screen.
Okay, sorry for your inconvenience.
Okay,
Then
sir.
we'll
Fine.
go to the observational design. Here we will design what will be the conditions under which the observations are to be made. Suppose you are conducting research on what is the effect of COVID-19 on business sector. then such type of data you will conduct only after the pandemic situation. Okay, so we have to decide conditions. Then we'll go for the statistical design. Which type of data, what will the sources of data, what will the sources of information, what will the techniques of analysis, just I elaborated. All these you have to mention here. And then you have to make operational design. The techniques or procedures required for the above three designs. Which techniques or which procedure is required for all these three, that is sampling, observational and statistical design, we will decide here. So these are the parts of research design. How you will structure, how you will define a very good research design, how you will construct a good research design, the features. It should be suitable for your research. It should be flexible because changes may take place during the course of research. So it should be flexible. It should be appropriate to your title, appropriate to your subject. Research should be efficient and most important, economical. We cannot spend more. So it should be economical. We have to consider how much money is available. Okay, so it should be economical, unbiased. Should we get more reliable information? Think over the errors that the researcher may commit during the course of research and try to minimize it. So when you are preparing, while preparing the research design, you have to take care that your experimental error should be lowest, smallest, least, and you will get maximum information. Consider many different aspects of the problem. Whatever problem you have chosen, think over it by all angles. Consider all its aspects. Okay, and then prepare the research design. So these are the features of research design. Which factors we have to consider, take into consideration? Which factors we have to take into consideration while making a research design? One single design cannot serve the purpose for all times, in all researches, all types of research problems. We have to prepare a research design for each and every research separately. One design for one research. If you are going to conduct next research, you have to prepare one more research design. Okay, so for one research, one design. We cannot use one design for all types of research, for many research. No, it is not possible because every research is different. The area, the title, the objectives, the hypothesis may be different. So we cannot use one research design for all types and for many researches. It is not possible. So single design is useful only for a single research. So while preparing the research design, you have to take into consideration the nature, type, and scope of your research. Whether your research is explorative, descriptive, diagnostic, you have to take into consideration the nature. What is the type and what is the scope? Geographical scope as well as periodical scope. We have to mention here. Then we have to take into consideration the objectives of the study. Two researchers may conduct a research on financial management. but their objectives may be different. One is concentrating on profitability. Second is concentrating on financial position. So, though both are under financial management, their objectives are different. So, while making a research design, you have to take into consideration the objectives of the study. And as per the objectives, you have to make nature of the problem that you have selected for your research study, sources and means of obtaining information, how you will get the primary data, whether you are going to collect the primary data by using questionnaire or by observation or by interview or by combination of these, from which sources you are collecting secondary data, how you are getting information, that you have to take into consideration. Accordingly, you have to plan. Say, for example, you are collecting primary data. You have to make more provision of money because collecting primary data requires some expenditure. But your study is based on secondary data, then secondary data you will get easily, either on internet or in books or in records. It will require less expenditure. So accordingly, we have to plan. What is the skill, knowledge, ability, and competency of the researcher? That also should be taken into consideration. Suppose the researcher is himself or herself is techno-savvy, then he or she will not spend more on technical assistance because he or she herself or himself is techno-savvy. They can use the technique. They can handle the technique. So what is the ability? What is the knowledge? Many times during the course of research, they have to take some advice. They have to take some expertise from others, some suggestions, some guidance from others. If the researcher is having deep knowledge of that particular area, then he has or she has not to spend more on expertise, getting expert guidance. So we have to take into consideration this also. Availability of time and money. Suppose you have to complete your research within a year or within 6 months, then you have to plan accordingly. If you are having abundant money to expend, make accordingly such plan. Okay, so we have to take into consideration time and money also. Though a researcher is only one person, he has to take support and help from many other persons. Say, for example, enumerators, guidance, some technical assistance. So at such time, whether all such human resources are available or not, and if they are available, to what extent they are available, that we have to take into consideration while preparing the research design. And also we have to take into consideration the nature of variables that you are going to study. The variables may be independent variables or dependent variables, or both. So what is the nature of your variables? That is to be also taken into consideration, independent or dependent variables. And then accordingly we have to make a plan. So these factors generally affects your research design. Then we will come actually how to prepare a research design. Steps in preparation of research design. First, very first stage, that select area of research. Select the area of research. Whether it is under production management, financial management, human resource management area. In financial management, whether it is related to the profitability or to the financial positions, you have to check. So first you have to decide area of research. Then formulation of research problem, a very important step in the research design, or rather in research. That formulate your research problem. Formulate means give the title to your research problem. Study of, an empirical study of, a comparative study of, so and so and so so. A very correct title should be given. The title should reflect, should give clear idea regarding the research. There should not be any ambiguity. The title itself should be very clear, will give idea what the research is going to do. So formulation of research problem is very important step here. Then set the objectives. Objectives direct your research, your entire research process. So taking into account the title and the nature of research problem, you have to set the objectives. While setting the objectives, you have to take utmost care. Because after research, you have to go back and see whether your objectives are satisfied or not. So set the objectives that can be satisfied during the course of research. If your research objectives are wrong, then your total research will have failure, will go in vain. So take very care while setting the objectives. When you set the objectives, accordingly go for the literature review. Now you are clear that this is my title, these are my objectives. Then what I have to read, you will be clear. Your picture will be clear. Accordingly go for the literature review. Because now you are clear with the title and objectives. Otherwise, if your objectives are not set, your title is not clear, then you will have questions. What to read? What about information should be collected? There will be questions. There will be some ambiguity, confusion. So, after setting the objectives, go for the literature review and collect the books, reports, articles, papers which are related to your research area, research problem, and that will be helpful to you for satisfying your objectives. Okay. Then identification of variables. Just I told you there are various types of variables. So which variables you are going to study, that you have to state here. Then come to the hypothesis. Hypothesis is a tentative results which are assumed to be correct before starting the research. You all are MBA students or MCA students. I think it is not more needed for you. It is not essential for you to set the hypothesis because it requires more intelligence, more knowledge regarding the hypothesis. You have to set the hypothesis, as well as if you set the hypothesis, you have to test the hypothesis. So it is interlinked with the testing of hypothesis. It requires some deep knowledge regarding statistics also. So if you are setting the hypothesis, it's well and good. But if you have set, you have to test. Okay. Then scope and limitations of your study. Sampling, just I elaborated what is sampling. How you are going to collect the data. This is the next step. You have to collect primary data or secondary data or both. That you have to mention here in your research design. Then processing of the data, how you are going to classify the data, tabulate the data, analyze the data, and how you will interpret the data. All this information you have to write here in this plan at this stage. If you have set the hypothesis, then you have to test the hypothesis at this stage. There are so many tests. Say, for example, chi-square test, t-test, f-test, z-test. There are some tests. You have to use suitable test. You have to use suitable test. Okay. And then go for the report writing. You have to make a plan of this. Report writing. How you will write the reports. Okay. Chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5. How you will chapterize the total project and how you are going to write. The two main things you have to decide in this research design is that time schedule and your budget. What amount of money you are available for expenditure on research and what amount of time you are having for conduct the research. That you have to mention here. There are 4 types of research design. I think you may know: exploratory research design, descriptive research design, diagnostic, and experimental. These are the types of research. Accordingly, there are 4 types of research designers. So research design types means types of research. Accordingly, we have to make the plan. In exploratory research design, the main objective is to achieve new insights. We are going to explore something new. Okay. So it focuses on discovery of new ideas. Focuses on discovery of new ideas and new facts. For preparing such research design, you require survey of literature or experience survey and discovery of significant variables and discovery of relationship between these variables. Okay, these are very essential while preparing the exploratory research design. I will give you some examples so that you can understand how to, what are the titles or what type of research will be conducted under the exploratory research design. Effects of Russian war on Indian stock exchange. Here you are going to find what will happen after war. Finding new. War was not happened earlier. Now it is in progress. So what will the position after war? Or what will the effect of this war on Indian stock exchange? Or probably effects of new education policy on commerce sector in India. I think all of you might have gone through the new education policy. This new education policy focused on skill improvement. Okay. So if the skills are improved, if many students are having more and more skills, then what will be the picture of commerce in future? This is exploratory. Okay. Or effects of online education on competency of commerce students. You will find something new. Generally, this design is used in survey research, but it can also be used in case studies also. Then next is descriptive research design. This design gives only the explanation, description about the selected phenomena. Describe present picture of phenomena, mostly quantitative in nature because it describes only. So examples are expenditure of college students on mobile recharge. Only describe. The students are already spending money on mobile recharge. Just you have to collect the information, their expenditures, and you have to give some interpretations. Or you may have opinion of college teachers and students regarding online education. Saving and expenditure of parents due to online education. These are some examples of descriptive research. You can conduct the research in this way. For this purpose, objectives, sampling methods, or methods of data collection, tools and techniques of analysis, the knowledge of these all is essential. For descriptive designs, there are maybe some different types of designs. Single situation at single time, we can use one cell design. Single situation at different times, or two situations at single time, we can use two cell design. Two situations at two times, we can use panel design. Or there may be single situation at multiple times or multiple situation at single times. So at such time, we can use multiple cell design. Accordingly, as per your research nature, you can use such type of design. Okay. Then third method is diagnostic research. Here, the researcher is focused to diagnose the problem and find to solution. Okay, solution to a specific problem. The focus is on solution. Diagnosing the problem, and by diagnosing, getting the solution. So need to consider emergence of the problem, diagnosis of causes, possible remedies, or possible solutions. Say for example, I will give you an example. Direct marketing of greenhouse products by greenhouse owners. Is it possible? Or if it is possible, how it will be possible? Okay. So direct marketing of greenhouse products by greenhouse owners, is it possible? Diagnose. What are the reasons that presently the greenhouse owners are not directly entering the market? There is a possibility they can use the online marketing, but they are not operating these methods of marketing. Why it is so? Diagnose, find the solutions. Okay. So another one example, online marketing of vegetables by farmers, even the open farmers. The farmers are selling their all products to the mediators. They are not approaching to the markets directly. You can diagnose these problems. Experimental research design. Here we are making experiments. So aims to control the conditions within which persons are observed. Independent variable are manipulated and it is effect on dependent variable are measured. Say for example, profit is dependent variable, sales is independent. So we will manipulate sales. Suppose sales increased, what will be the effect of increase in sales on increase in profit? So independent variable is sales, dependent variable is profit, we will measure. It is just like a marginal costing, cost volume profit analysis. That is experiments. If we increase the sales, what will the effect of such increase on the volume and on the profit? Okay. The purpose is to test the causal relationship between variables. For example, sales and profit. Two or more groups are constructed to have comparison. If we are going to compare the two groups, or if we are going to attempt a comparative study, then we have to form two groups, and then we can make comparison between these two groups, and we can know the effects of variables and its validity. This is about the research design. We have discussed thoroughly the research design, what is the meaning, what is the nature, how to form it, what are the types of research design, all features of good research design that we have discussed very thoroughly. So first part I have covered here. Now I am going to discuss second part briefly within very few minutes, because the second part is small one. So now we will have discussion on questionnaires. Questionnaire is used in collecting primary data and when it is a survey research. Okay, so generally we know all about the questionnaire. A questionnaire consists a number of questions in a definite order on a set of forms. So when you prepare a paper and write some questions in order to get some information, to get some data, that is called as questionnaire. Suppose you are conducting research on consumer behavior and you want to know the behavior of consumers regarding particular product at particular time. You will you write down some questions to the customers, consumers. You will hand it over. This paper is called as questionnaire. So a questionnaire is a research instrument that consists of a set of questions that aims to collect information. So the questionnaire aims to collect information by asking questions. Questionnaire may be qualitative or quantitative. When you are collecting qualitative information, so what is your opinion about the quality of particular product? What is your opinion about the management of particular person? Then it is a qualitative data. Or you may collect some quantitative information regarding sales, expenditure, gross profit, net profit, or some fixed assets and other things. Okay, so questionnaire may be qualitative questionnaire or quantitative questionnaire. You may have questions qualitative nature as well as quantitative nature. It includes various types of questions we are going to study afterwards. It can be sent to respondents through WhatsApp. Now we are having technology to share and to get the responses of our respondents. WhatsApp is there, so many social media is there, email is there. Okay, so you may use technology, or you may send some enumerators, or you yourself physically can visit, can approach to the respondents and collect the information. Generally, questionnaire is two types questionnaire. One is structured questionnaire and another is unstructured questionnaire. When the questions are definite, concrete and predetermined, it is called as structured questionnaire, and generally structured questionnaire is used because we are conducting research, and to get right information for processing, we need to collect definite data, correct data, complete data. So generally we use structured questionnaire. What are the merits of questionnaire? How if we are using the questionnaire for collection of data, what benefits we will enjoy? It is low cost. When you are having survey from a large population, then just you can distribute your questionnaire through email, through WhatsApp groups, or for using any other social media. You can create a link that you can send to the respondents. So it is low cost instrument and can be used widely. True response from respondents, because respondent is filling your questionnaire in absence of you. So the respondent will not have any bias. He is free, independent, separate, at far away. So true response can be received. The respondent will get sufficient time, and so he will give well thought answers, a very good quality information, quality data we can receive, can be reached to any respondent, because we are having so many means of communication. So conveniently we can reach to any respondent at any corner and gives more reliable responses, possible to gather a lot of data in less time. Just you create a link, send it to the respondents by using any social media, you will get abundant information at one time. So it is possible to gather large data in few, you may say in very less time. There are some demerits also of questionnaire. The main demerit is a low rate of response. Many respondents do not respond to your questionnaire. They may not fill your questionnaire. They may not send your questionnaire back to you. They may feel incomplete. So low rate of response is the serious drawback of this instrument. It can be used when respondents are educated. If your respondents are uneducated or undereducated, then you cannot use this instrument questionnaire. Besides, you will not have any control on the responses because the respondents are living far away from you. So once you send the questionnaire by using any media, you will lose your control. You have to accept whatever the answer they have given. Sometimes the answers may be ambiguous. There may be some omissions. The researcher has to accept this one. Sometimes the respondents give dramatic answers or decorated answers from which we cannot get any interpretation. We will not be able to get some information, or we will not be able to interpret something. Some false answers may be given, and it is very slowest method. These are some demerits of the instrument questionnaire. When you are drafting or constructing a questionnaire, you have to take into consideration these points. Keep in mind research problem, objectives, hypotheses, what is your requirement of information, what kind of analysis you are going to do, what is the educational level, language, status of your respondents, that you have to take into mind, and accordingly you have to put the questions. Suppose your respondents are underliterate or they are not knowing the English, and if you prepared your questionnaire in English, then you will not get the responses because they will not understand what is your question. Okay, so you have to make easy questions, or you have to translate the English questions into Marathi that they can respond. Very simple questions, but well thought questions should be structured. Arrange questions logically. That is very important. I have found many times that questions are irrelevant. First questions is not relevant with the second question. Second question are relevant with the third questions. If it is not organized logically, then the respondent may confuse, may not answer correctly. So logical arrangement is very essential. While writing the question, you have to take into consideration how you are going to tabulate the data. Accordingly, you have to make the questions. At one stretch, at one time, in a single time, you cannot complete a research questionnaire. Make a first draft, rough draft, revise it, refine it, write it, rewrite it, again rewrite it, and make it fine. Okay. Technical defects should be removed. That is important. There may be some technical issues. So technical defects should be removed. And one more thing that is very important, that go for the pilot study. I think you know what is pilot study. So go for the pilot study and accordingly revise your questionnaire, and then this questionnaire will be utilized for collection of your final data. Various types of questions you have to ask. Use different type of questions. Mostly use close-ended questions. That is multiple choice questions. Dictamous questions, yes or no. Only two options, male or female, yes or no. Okay, two answers only. That is dictamous questions. You can ask respondents to rate, so rating scale questions. Now the very good famous type of question is Likert scale questions. 5 points or 3 points Likert scales you can use. Very good, good, neutral, bad, very bad in this way. Strongly agree, agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree in this way. Or you may ask some questions for ranking your options, alternatives. That is ranking questions you can use. You can use open-ended questions. Just write what is your opinion, what is your views, and give them some blank space to write their answers. That we call as open format questions. It is very good. Open-ended questions are very good because it gives freedom to the respondents to write whatever they want to express, whatever they want to message. But many times it is observed that we have experienced that open-ended questions are not responded. So go for the closed-ended questions. It will be better. Give them options and just ask them to put tick marks. Okay. But you can ask open-ended questions to get their views and opinions. Some demographic questions.
Sir, hello, sir. Hello. Sir, you are not audible now. Yes.
Hello.
Okay, आता येतोय सर आवाज येतोय. Please proceed, sir.
Oh. Some questions may be calculative questions. You may ask some questions that what is your average income? What is your profit? Or what is the percentage of profit? At such time, respondent have to make some calculations. Okay. So there may be some calculations and which are mostly required in commerce research. You can include some cross-check questions to know whether the respondent is responding very clearly or not, intelligently or not, whether he is careful or not while filling your questionnaire. Say, for example, ask him, what is your date of birth? And ask again, what is the age? So you can cross-check whether he is telling rightly or whether he is lying. Some questions may be asked. One time you can ask amount of profit and amount of sales. And again ask questions, what is the rate of percentage? Percentage of profit. What is the percentage of profit? You are having amounts of sales and profit. You can calculate the percentage. But ask him again, what is the percentage of profit? Then you can understand whether the respondent is filling your questionnaire carefully. Okay. So you may ask some cross-check questions. Some precautions should be taken while drafting the questionnaire. What to do is important. What to do is important, but what not to do is more important. So avoid some questions like embarrassing questions. Questions that ask respondents details about their personal life or private matters. Don't ask such type of questions. Okay. So much private questions should not be asked. Some personal questions that cannot be answered should not be asked. There may be some connotations regarding positive and negative. So your questions should be very clear. It should reflect only one meaning. Since most verbs, adjectives and nouns in the English language have either positive or negative connotations. So questions are bound to be taken as either positive or negative. Okay. So positive, negative connotations questions should be avoided. Some hypothetical questions. Such type of questions which force to the respondents to express their ideas. such questions should not be asked. We should not get the data forcefully. Okay. And one more thing is that you have to make your questionnaire attractive. You have to make your questionnaire attractive. Okay. These precautions are to be taken. So now we have discussed the what is questionnaire, where it is used, how it is to be prepared, how it is constructed, which precautions are to be taken, what types of questions that are to be asked, in which manner it is to be asked, what are the features of questionnaires, all these we have discussed. Now I open this session for discussion. If you have any question regarding research design or research questionnaire, now the platform is open for open discussion. You can ask me your questions, your queries, or your doubts. All your questions will be welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Dear participants, if you want to ask any question to a resource person, you can. It's a question and answer session. Yes, anyone wants to ask the question, you can. The forum is open. No questions? It means our resource person has cleared your doubt in his lecture only or his session only. So no doubts are there. Thank you very much, sir.
All of you.
Okay, sir. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank our Honorable Principal Dr. R.A. Shinde, sir, Professor in Charge Dr. M.M. Ali, sir, and Dr. R.M. Elletti, sir, convener of this workshop, for giving us an opportunity to conduct this one-day workshop on sensitization of research culture among MBA MCA students under the lead college activity in association with Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I, Dr. Neeta Deshpande, co-convener of this one-day workshop. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks for this session. On behalf of VPMSR Sangli and the entire team, and on my own behalf, I extend my very hearty vote of thanks to our today's resource person, Honorable Dr. N.L. Kadam, Associate Professor and Vice Principal, Jaisingpur College, Jaisingpur, for conducting a session on research design and stationery as a data collection tool. He has covered very important topics. What is research? He started his session with research because all these MBA MCA students, they may not be aware about the importance of research or the research design. So he has covered the research design means what are the parts of research design, sampling design, observational design, statistical design, operational design, features of good research design, what factors affects on the good research design, different steps in preparation of research, then types of research he has explained with very nice examples, descriptive, diagnostic, experimental, etc. And in the second part, he has covered what is questionnaire, what are the types of questionnaire, then how to construct the questionnaire, what are the types of questions, what precautions should be taken while building the questionnaire. Everything he has covered. Thank you very much, sir, because in the next semester, the research methodology subject is allotted to me, and you made my work very simple. Thank you very much, sir. And I would share one more thing. Dr. N.L. Kadam, sir, is the first person in my life who has taught me how to prepare the research paper. I remember those days when we were participating in the international conference in Pondicherry. Because we both are under we have completed our PhD under Upadhyay. So we all three were going to participate in the Pondicherry, and he taught us how to prepare the research paper. And then जैसे बैटिंग आपण नंतर एकदा शिकलो बैटिंग की करत जातो तसं henceforth I just prepared n number of research papers and presented in international and national conference. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. On behalf of EPMS, sir, I thank you for conducting such a research, such a session on formulating a research design, which helps the researcher to make correct decisions in each and every step of the study. It makes the research study effective and interesting by providing minute details at each step of the research process. You did it very well, sir. I may like to express my sincere thanks to all the students, faculties from the different colleges affiliated to Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Last but not the least, I thank Kolde sir, Professor A.R. Rasai ma'am for their cooperation and technical assistance in hosting this workshop successfully. Once again, thank you to all who has directly and indirectly cooperated me to handle this session very successfully. Thank you, Kadam sir. Thanks for handling this session very nicely, and each and every student and faculties who are having interest in the research, those are benefited with this session. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So, dear participants, after this lunch break, we are going to start the second session exactly as per the agenda at 12:40. So, this will be the lunch break, and we will gather again at 12:40. The live streaming is also. Kadam sir, even though you are observing the participants very less in the Zoom, but I assure you, in the seminar hall, we have just made the arrangement that so all the students who have participated physically and our MBA MCA students, they are enjoying your session from the seminar hall, and 140 students are there in the seminar hall who have enjoyed your session. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you, sir. So, may I take the leave? Dear participants, please take the lunch break. All the virtual participants be joined after 12:40. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I may sign off now. I'm going to sign off. Thank you very much. Dear participants, we are going to start second session at 1 p.m. At 1 p.m. our resource person will join and we are going to start second session of this one-day workshop at 1 p.m.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible? Hello, madam. Am I audible?
Welcome, ma'am. Yes, you are joined.
Am I audible?
Very shortly we will start.
Okay, okay.
Ma'am, you are not audible. You are not audible, ma'am.
Not audible?
No, no, ma'am.
One
One minute, 1 minute.
Okay.
Hello?
1 minute, 1 minute.
Yes, yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes,
Am
yes,
I
ma'am, you
audible?
are audible. Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Can I share my करून बघूया आपण?
One minute. Yes, we will take a trial, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Go to sir. टीमला सांगा. टीमला सांगा. Ma'am, are you sharing?
Sharing. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I can make it a PowerPoint mode. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Right now, so shall we start?
No problem. 1 minute. Just okay, we can start. No problem.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, guests, students of MBA and MCA. With great joy and immense happiness, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all the presented here for second session of the one-day workshop on sensitization of research culture among MBA and MCA students. The students and faculties from different colleges have registered for this one-day workshop. More than 145 have registered and they have attended the session 1. The world is full of diamonds and gems, and we are having some of them here today. To build this event, Dr. Bindu Menon, Associate Professor, C. Cyber Kolhapur, is today's resource person for this session 2. With this note, I would like to give my heartiest welcome to our Principal, Dr. R.A. Shinde sir, Professor in charge, Dr. M.M. Ali sir, Dr. R.M. Eleti sir, convener of this workshop, faculties, colleagues, and my dear students. Warm welcome to everyone present here and joined virtually with Zoom and live stream YouTube. I welcome to all for this one-day workshop on sensitization of research culture among MBA MCA students under lead college activity in association with Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I request R.A. Rasai Madam to introduce our today's resource person, Dr. B.N. Menon, for this second session. She will guide us on sampling techniques and sample size determination. Rasai ma'am, proceed to you.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon all. I am Mrs. Archana Rasa, Assistant Professor of BPM at Samli. I welcome you all on this one-day workshop on sensitization of research culture among MBA students. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our speaker today, who is Dr. Bindu Menon ma'am. She has completed PhD, MPhil, MBA, MCom, BA, and working as an associate professor in C. Cyber Kolhapur. Dr. Menon has rich experience spanning more than 23 years in teaching and 6 years in industry. Her area of research interest is behavior issues, HR, and IR. She has published more than 20 research papers in different national and international journals. She attended more than 40 workshops and FDPs. She has worked as co-author of 7 books for distance education in the area of human resource management, research methodology, OB, etc. Presently, she is BOS member of C Cyber and also BOS Syllabus Reform Committee member of Shivaji University and other universities. She has worked in different committees of Shivaji University, like local inspection committee, as well as at institute level also. So today we have such a versatile personality with us. Now I request Dr. Menam ma'am to share her thoughts regarding research with us. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your kind introduction and very detailed introduction. Can I share again?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. Now is it visible? Madam, is it visible? Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I start now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Before starting my topic, that is sampling design or sampling methods, already given by madam. 1 minute, just I'm not to getting. Issues. Wait 1 minute. There is one issue. 1 minute. Just I want to, because I'm not in a position to move my PPT. That's why. I don't know. It's the problem.
Ma'am, once again share it.
Then that I stop sharing, but I'm not getting that one. 1 minute. 1 minute. Problems are there.
Ma'am, stop sharing and then
Yes.
start again.
I
And
already click on stop sharing, but that's already moving, rounding only. Then when winter we can take two more minutes.
I'm stopping from here, madam.
Okay, that will be better. Stop, ma'am.
Yes, madam. Now you may share. And select first option, that is screen option.
1 minute. Just I'm find out that. There is some issues. Madam, can I rejoin again? That will be better, I think so. But I'm not.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Madam, am I audible now? Now I'm sharing.
Yes, madam.
Okay, madam, now is it visible? Madam, my PPT is visible?
No, ma'am.
No, I shared already. Then again, okay, once again I can share it.
Yes.
Now, we,
No. Yes, ma'am. It is
Yes, na?
visible, but you may press
Okay,
F5
okay, okay.
or slide.
Okay, I will do that.
Yes, yes.
F5 only, na? Direct I can go for
Yes,
F5. No?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes, madam. Exactly. Okay.
Okay, now, yes, now we can go through the, okay, now before coming to this, whatever the topic given by madam that is related to, but madam, it's not movable. Yes, okay. Yes. Now, whatever the topic given by madam that is related to sampling design. Before coming to the sampling design, okay, madam given introduction. Students, I want to make some agreement with you. I'm expecting two-way communication from you. Okay, are you ready to give a response? How many students are there?
Ma'am,
Yes, madam.
inside seminar hall, there are MCA 1 and MBA 1 students. Around 100
Okay.
students are there.
Okay, madam. Ask the madam, please give response during the sessions.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Then before coming to this sampling design, just I want to go through the, before coming to that, just we can find out what about the important components of empirical research. If you think about any research, first point, that is problem statement. Okay, what about the first step before doing the research work? That is a problem statement. But is in the case of problem statement, first of all, we should know what exactly what I want to find out. What is a researchable problem? And what are the obstacles in terms of knowledge, data availability, time, or resources? That first of all, we have to identify problem identification. After identify the problem, next step, we have to go through the theory, assumptions, or we can call it as a review of literature. What is the relevant, why we have to go for a theory, assumptions, and background literature? Through the background literature, you will get the clear idea. What about the relevant, what does the relevant literature in the field indicate about the problem that you can find out? Which theory or which conceptual framework does the work fit within? That you can find out. Suppose if teachers ask you to complete any project, as a part of that, mostly students काय करत असतात, you can visit the library and you refer a lot of projects or collect information from internet. You can collect information from internet, but for what purpose? Just you have to find out. Okay, what about the previous study? That means what about the relevant literature? Not for the copy, you have to collect the information. What about the relevant literature in that field? Already kai study kelele same topic varti. What about the conceptual framework? Okay, what are the criticism of this approach? You have to collect all that conceptual background knowledge or informations. For that purpose, you have to collect or go through the review of literature. Review of literature म्हणजे same area मध्ये आतापर्यंत कोण काय research केलेले, that information you have to collect. Then next step, variables and hypotheses. On the basis of review of literature, if you find out what about the previous studies on the basis of review of literature, you can decide what will I take as given in the environment or what is the starting point. What are the dependent variable and what are the independent variable? A review of literature केल्यावर तुमचं पूर्ण idea येणार आहे. आता suppose if you think about the student satisfaction, then you have to think what are the variables come under the student satisfaction. Okay, then you have to identify. Or in the case of HR practices, you can find out what are the variables which may be related to recruitment, selection, training, compensation, performance appraisal. Then this तुमच्या assumption base मध्ये घेऊ शकत नाही. What you have to do, go through the literature, go through the different theories, different assumptions, different criticism. On that basis, you have to find out you can develop a lot of variables. Okay, on that basis of variables, variables you can decide which are the dependent variables, which are the independent variables. These all तुमचं basic माहिती असणार ना. And controllable variables आहे क्या? These all points you have to discuss. Then after that, next one, आता review of literature झाले, hypothesis form. What is hypothesis, students? What is the meaning of hypothesis? Anyone tell me what is hypothesis? You can write into Google Class, post it here, chat box मध्ये. What is hypothesis? Okay, mere assumptions which is to be tested. Mere assumptions which is to be tested, that we can call this as a hypothesis. Assumption test करणारे assumptions we can call it as. मी ते detail मध्ये ना माझ्या topic मध्ये येणार आहे. I'm not going to the details of hypothesis testing. Okay. And mere assumptions. Then after that, on the basis of this hypothesis and define the variables, then you have to operational definitions and measurement. You have to go through your own definitions. Now, for example, absenteeism of students. That's my topic. I've gone through a lot of review of literature, and you have to define what about the absenteeism. You can define in your own words. हे सगळे conceptual knowledge clear झाले. The review of literature केले तर you will get the proper. In the case of that operational definition, does the problem needs copying, or you have to whether it is an achievable, what and how will the variables be measured, that you have to identify. Then after that, next step, research design and methodology. I think last session मध्ये तुम्हाला ये points झालेले. Research design and methodology. What is the overall strategy for doing the research? Okay, and will this design, कुठला research design method? Research design म्हणजे plan of action of how you are going to carry, and काय research design आहे, and will this design permit me to answer the research questions? That you have to find out. जे design करायचं म्हणजे आपण before constructing a building, that builders they have to prepare, or architect they have to prepare the plan. In the plan gives the clear idea about the picture. Just like in the case of researcher, he or they have to prepare that plan. That plan we can call it as a research design or research plan. And after preparing in this plan, when you are preparing the plan, you have to find out what is my overall strategy for doing the research. Will this design permit to answer? ये design केले तर मला माझे questions, problem first ones केले, that answer मिलणार है क्या? What constraints will the approach place on the work? These are the points. First of all, you have to design. Then we can come into our point. Then instrumentation and sampling. What is instrumentation and sampling? Instrumentation. How will I get the data? I need to test my hypothesis. Okay. My hypothesis, माझ्या hypothesis data, how will I collect? What tools or device will I use? ते सगळे questionnaire मध्ये सकाळच्या scale morning section मध्ये होते ना. Then tools झाले. Next one, when you prepare the tool, you have to select that, you have to collect the data. If you prepare the valid instrument, that means what? If you prepare the proper questionnaire or proper instrument, okay, then only you can collect the data properly. That's why here in my sessions, This point, I'm going to give concentration on this point. How will I choose the sample? Okay, am I interested in the representativeness? If so, or of whom, on what, and with what degree of accuracy or level of confidence, that is the. I'm going to touch only this point. Okay, problem, because sampling design service problem, first of all, problem identification. म्हणजे तुमचे टॉपिक सिलेक्ट करायचे टॉपिक झाल्यावर अकॉर्डिंग टू दॅट टॉपिक यू हॅव टू collect all literature, find out what about the present study, what you can do something new, find out the research gap. Then according to that review of literature, you have to identify the variables, prepare the hypothesis, prepare your own definition, define the research methodology, questionnaire तैयार करायचे. That's over. Now we can concentrate on our next point, that is sampling. Okay. Then before that, research complete वाल्यासाठी अजून steps आहेत. Data collection, sampling झाले, data collect केले, complete होत नाही. Then again you have to go for analysis, then conclusion, interpretation and recommendation. But मला दिलेलं topic only this part. That's why I'm going to concentrate on this. Okay. Now here, just we can come into, if you think about, आपण अगोदर बघायचे, what are the factors influence the sample representativeness? For that purpose, main 3 factors आपण इथे discuss करणार. First of all, sampling procedure, sampling size, and participation. That means response. Okay, these 3 factors that influence the sample representativeness. That's why mostly we are going to discuss about these 3 factors: sampling procedure, sample size, and participation. Okay, before coming to the detail of sampling procedure, first of all, you should know what is census. Okay, what is census method and what is the population? Okay, population म्हणजे काय आहे ते माहिती आहे तर आपण नंतर सॅम्पलिंग चे डिस्कस करूया. Population means what? Anyone know that? What is population? Population means a population relates to the set of all observations under concern. Suppose if I want to find out, just for example, if I want to find out what about the students' feedback about the facilities of colleges. Okay, about the facilities of VP Institute or MBA colleges in under Shivaji University. Then here population means all students of MBA under Shivaji University that we can consider as a sample. Sorry, population. So entire आपण काय बघणार आहे students feedback about the facilities of MBA student, about the facilities. Then under Shivaji University, then under Shivaji University मध्ये किती MBA colleges आहे? All MBA colleges, all students that we can call it as a population. Okay, now coming to the census or population, or we can call it as a universe. Universe or population म्हणजे all the items in any field of study. Suppose if I want to find out what about the absenteeism rate among the students of VP Institute, then VP Institute of MBA students. Okay, then all MBA students of VP Institute we can consider as a universe of the study or population. Okay, now coming to the census. A census is the process of statistical list where all the members of the population are analyzed. Okay, if we include the entire population in the study, then we can call it as a census inquiry. Every case, it is not necessary to go through the census study. For example, VP college MBA students behavioral study करायचं. Then VP college MBA students means it's very easy and limited number of students, 60. Suppose then it's easy to handle all members, easy to collect all information. Then we can go for, if we select all 60 students for our study, like an entire population, 60 is the population. If we consider entire 60 for our study, that we can call it as a census inquiry. but it is not possible to include every time. Suppose if you think about some research, okay, for example, suppose if you find out cell phone manufacturer, they want to conduct a study among the students in India. Okay, just listen. When cell phone manufacturing company wants to conduct a study among the students in India, whatever the company wants to know, they wants to find out whatever the students use features, whatever the features they would like to see, and the price they are willing to pay, and for that purpose they want to conduct the research. And in this case, okay, just imagine this 2020, 21, 22 made, more than millions of students you can find out in India. It is impossible, or it is very difficult. Impossible, but it is very difficult to collect, to contact all these students in India, and it take more time also, more expensive owner. That's why it is not necessary. We have to collect information from entire students in India. Here we can take some portion. Okay, some portion means if we can select some states from each state, or 4 or 5 states from each 5 states, some states from districts we can select. On that way, find out, collect some information. On that basis, we are going to study, that we can call it as a sampling study. So every time it is not possible, and it is not necessary also. Suppose if you go to market, okay, if you go to market, if you want to purchase food grains, either rice घेणार. See, if you observe market मध्ये गेलं, तुम्ही suppose तुम्ही जात नसणार, कोणतरी observe केलं तर, if you want to purchase rice ची quality कसं बघत असते, then they are going to pick up some. आपल्या hands मध्ये थोडं बघणार, maybe some members smell करून बघणार, maybe chew करून बघणार, and they are going to find out the quality of the rice. It is not necessary to take entire sacks of rice and taste it. Okay, pick up only some point. And every time not necessary. For another example, just you think, doctor सांगितलं तुमचं blood test करायलासाठी. Okay, is it necessary to take entire blood from your body to check? Not necessary. Only small drops of blood. That's enough. But that blood is going to represent entire characteristics of your problems. Okay, let's say every time, no need to study the entire population. Okay, when we consider entire population, if the sample size, if it is low, we can go for entire population study, that we can call it as a census inquiry. But every time it is not possible, and it is not necessary also. And suppose if you think the accurate results that can be obtained by studying only part of the total population, that can be obtained by studying only. असं नाही सगळ्यांना घ्यायला पाहिजे आपल्याला results यायचे. Only part of the population, when we are going to pick up some from the entire population, that we can call it as a sample. Okay, that's why if you go to the market, especially in the case of market research, behavioral study research, sometimes it is not possible for us to collect information from entire population. Then researchers then collect data from these samples in the form of survey, questionnaires, polls, that pick up some units that we can call it as a sample. Okay, what is sample? To selected few representative respondents from the population, that we can call it as a sample. And the selection process, we can call it as a sampling technique. The process of deriving a sample is called a sampling method or sampling technique. Getting now what is population? Entire field of study, all items in any field of study that we can call it as a population or universe. When we select the entire population in the study, that we can call it as a census study. But it is not necessary when we are going to select few representative respondents. Okay, I use the word few representative respondents. Why the word? That is important. Suppose I want to find out the attitude of MBA students. If I collect data from MCA students, that we cannot call it as a representative respondent. Okay, if I want to find out the attitude of MBA students, I have to collect data from MBA students only. Okay, therefore, to select few representative respondents from the population, that we can call it as a sample. And the process of deriving a sample is called sampling method. The basic concepts before coming to the sampling methods. Sampling method technical points. Before that, as a MBA student and MCA students, you should know what is sample, what is census, what is population, what is census study. Okay. Now, why, before coming to that, why this sampling is very important, or what are the advantages of sample? And if you think about the sampling advantages, it reduces cost. It reduces time and cost. Okay. Suppose sample means it's reduce the number of people that have to be reached. Sample म्हणजे काय होणार आहे? आपण 100 members पेक्षा आपण 10 select करणार आहे. That means the number of people that we have to reach, that is reduce होणार. That's why it reduce the cost. It reduce the time. Okay, that's why main advantages: reduce cost, reduce time, resources. Suppose if you want to collect the data from entire India, it's very difficult for you to visit all area and किती time लागणार, किती resources, किती money जाणार, plus किती resources waste होणार. That's why ये सगळे resources also you can save. आणि it is not necessary every data. आपण काय होणार, entire population मध्ये म्हणल्यावर काय होणार आहे, we are going to collect only limited information. But if we collect information from only limited students or limited members, we can go through the depth, we can give more time. That's why we can collect more information. Or sometimes we are going to collect information from willing or only what we can call those participants or respondents is willing to participate. That's why they will give more information to us. Therefore, more accuracy, that is also possible. Okay, even though sample मध्ये more information मिळणार, but population मध्ये sampling मध्ये काय होणार, that limited members, that way we can spend more time over them, and we are going to select the willing participants only, respondents only. They are going to participate. That's why we can collect more and more information from them. Okay, that's why sample, lot of advantages are there. Therefore, especially when we can apply the sampling method, if the population, if it is large, okay, then we can go for the sampling method. Now, if you come to suppose in the case of sampling, just you think, if you do a poor job at the sampling stage of a research process, what is going to happen? The entire integrity of your project, that is going to face the risk. Okay, sampling मध्ये कसं आहे, sample is very important in the research. But if you think in the case of sample, theory of sample, that is very easy. But when you are going to adopt the theory वाचल्यावर आपल्याला वाटतं it's very easy. But when you want to implement it into practical life, that is very difficult also. But if you do a poor job at the sampling stage, or sampling मध्ये चुकले, there your entire research project is at risk. For example, suppose if you want to find out, just you want to find out the effect of what we can call this TV serials on children. Just topic discussion मध्ये असते ना, effect of what we can call TV serials on children. Okay, here we have to define which children are we going to observe. Children म्हणजे खूप varieties असणार ना, which age चे children तुम्ही घेणार. Where do they come from? Okay, how many you are going to select? How you are going to select? How will they be selected? These are the very important questions. These all we can collect the data using various sampling methods in statistics that we are going to discuss now. Okay, if you think about this sampling method, sampling designs, it's divided into two. Sampling designs are based on two factors. First of all, representation basis, and second one, element basis. Representation basis and sampling designs, different types are there. First of all, representation basis, and second one, element basis. Okay, first of all, representation basis. What is representation basis? On the representation means that the sample may be probability sampling. Okay, or it may be non-probability sampling. Representation basis means either it may be probability sampling or maybe non-probability. ये मी detail मध्ये तुम्हाला सांगणार आहे. Okay, representation sample म्हणजे again it's maybe two types, probability and non-probability. Probability sampling म्हणजे काय आहे? Probability sampling is based on the concept of random selection. Probability sampling is based on the concept of random selection, whereas non-probability sampling means non-random. आता random म्हणजे non-random नंतर आपण detail मध्ये बघूया. Okay, there are two types of sample design on the basis of representation basis. It's again divided into two, probability and non-probability. Now coming to the element basis. Okay, second one, element basis. Element basis म्हणजे काय आहे? The sample may be either unrestricted or restricted. Okay, that means when each sample element is drawn individually from the population, so the drawn individually from the population, then we can call that drawn is unrestricted sample. Okay, whereas all other forms that we can call it as a restricted sample. हे सगळे आपण आता डिटेल मध्ये इथं बघणार आहे. Okay, now whatever that here got it na? Can I go through the next slide? There are two types. In the detail मध्ये बघणार, there are two types of sample design. One is representation basis, second one is element basis. Representation basis again it's divided into two, probability and non-probability. Element basis is divided into two, unrestricted and restricted. Okay, now in the case of unrestricted sample schemes, another some word before coming to this, you should know without replacement and with replacement. So we slides मध्ये add केले नाही. Before coming to this sampling types of sample design, you should know what is sample schemes without replacement and with replacement. Without replacement means no element can be selected more than once in the sample. Okay, with replacement means an element may be appear multiple times in the sample. For example, suppose तुम्ही काहीतरी sample घेतलं. There are 100 students or 60 students in your class, or madam आता सांगितलं तुमच्या वर्गात आता nearly 100 students are there. Out of that 100, I want to select 20 students. Okay, I want to select 20 students. Okay, काय करणार? I pick up one student. Pick up one student. एक student घेतले. I ask he or she into side. The total 100 students are there. I pick up one student. His student the side ला घेतला. Then from remaining from 99 students, I pick up another one. Okay, then here that we can call it as a What about with the replacement? Okay, sorry, without replacement. Suppose if I select one student, एक स्टुडंट चिट्स घेतले, एक स्टुडंट्स घेतलाय, ते चिट्स परत मी ते ड्रॉप मध्ये टाकले. अगेन मे बी देर इज अ चान्स टू कम दॅट स्टुडंट अगेन अँड अगेन. Okay, then we can call it as a with replacement, without replacement and with replacement. Suppose another example, suppose at lunch time actually, that's why those who are interested in non-veg fish, तर एक example that's very interesting one. Suppose if you want to catch fish, okay, fish घेतलंय, बघितलंय, and immediately you return to that fish into water. Okay, then again fish घेतलंय, but काय होणार आहे? There is a chance to come that fish again and again. This we can call it as a with replacement, because we might what we can call end up catching and measuring the same fish more than once. Same fish la chances आहे, chances येणार असं काही नाही, but chances are there. But suppose आपण fish पकडले, but we do not return that fish into the water, then that we can call it as a without replacement. Okay, these two concepts आता नंतर सांगताना तुमचं लक्ष असू दे, with replacement and without replacement. With replacement म्हणजे काय आहे? तुम्ही आता घेतल्यानंतर परत ते सॅम्पल परत आपण more than once time chances मिळणार, again chances are there. That is with replacement. There is no chance, only single chance, that we can call it as a without replacement. Okay. Now come into the types of sample design. Now what about the sample design? First one, the way, what is sample design, or what about the sampling method? Their way of selecting the sample is known as sample design. तर सपोज तुमच्या क्लासमध्ये आता 100 स्टुडंट्स तिथे बसलेले, फ्रॉम दॅट 100 स्टुडंट्स आय वॉन्ट टू सिलेक्ट 20 स्टुडंट्स. 20 स्टुडंट्स कसं घेणार आहे? द वे ऑफ सिलेक्टिंग दॅट 20 स्टुडंट्स, दॅट वी कॅन कॉल इट एज अ सॅम्पलिंग डिझाइन. ओके, इन द केस ऑफ सॅम्पलिंग डिझाइन, on the basis of, we already last slide मध्ये आपण बघितले, on the basis of representations it's divided into two, probability and non-probability. Okay, this is the most common sample, important sample design. First of all, probability sampling. Okay, what is probability sampling? Probability sampling means, okay, it's divided into sample designs, it's divided into two, probability and non-probability. Now, this if you go through this diagram, you will get a clear idea. Types of sampling: probability sampling and non-probability. Probability sampling, it's divided into simple random sampling, stratified random sampling, systematic sampling, cluster sampling, multi-stage sampling, and sequential sampling. These all we can call it as a probability sampling. Non-probability sampling मध्ये judgmental sampling, convenience sample, quota sample, and snowball sample. These all एक आपण discuss करूया. Okay, can I go to next now? Okay, types of sampling, it's divided into probability and non-probability. Probability sampling, simple random sampling, stratified random sampling, systematic sampling, cluster, multi-stage, sequential. Non-probability मध्ये 4 घेतले: judgmental, convenience, quota, and snowball. Okay, now we can come into one by one. Okay, first of all, I already told you it's divided into two, probability and non-probability. First of all, we can discuss what is probability sampling. Probability sampling means this method, we can call it as a random sampling method also. In this method, all the eligible respondents or eligible individuals have a chance of selecting the sample from the population. But it's more time consuming and it's more expensive than the non-probability sampling. Non-probability sampling is a method of sampling that ensures every unit or every individual, if it is a unit individual, every individual in the population are getting at least equal chance, okay, or eligible, have a chance for selecting the sample from the entire population. And actually this method is more expensive, more time consuming. But then also mostly researchers a method vaprate. Why? The benefit of using probability sampling is guaranteed the sample that should be the representative of the population. Okay, that's why mostly members, they use these types of method. And if you think these probability sampling methods again further divided into upon already simple random sampling. Okay, what are the methods? Simple random sampling, systematic, stratified, cluster, multi-stage, sequential, etc. Now we can discuss one by one. First one, simple random sampling. Okay, simple random sampling, we can call it as a foundation of probability sampling. That is a basic. In simple random sampling, every item in the population has an equal or likely chance of being selected in the sample. Every population, each and every items are getting chance to come into the sample. That sense, entire selection that depends on the chance. Chances are, but entire selection that depends on the chance. That's why we can call it as a method of chance selection also. You can find out the probability. Whatever the simple random sampling, in probability, this sampling, every unit has equal chance to be included in the sample. Okay, sampling. Then here, two types, sample with replacement and without replacement. But here, okay, a sample size is large. When we have to go through this, when the sample size is large and the item is chosen randomly, it is known as representative sampling. Suppose if I want to select sample of 50 students from your class, more than 100 from that I want to select 50 students by using simple random sampling method. Okay, by using simple random sampling, I want to select 60 students or 50 students. Here, how to do that? We can assign number to each and every student. All students, at 100 students classroom, all students, I have to assign some numbers. Okay, it may be from 1 to 100 or 1 to 500. I have to assign number to each one. And there is a random generator. From using the random generator, the random generator, the random table aside that is available, random table. By using the random table, you can select them. Nowadays, by internet technology develops, by using the random generator, you have to download that random generator. What about your assign the number? Automatically, the random generator is going to select the sample for you. Okay, but here every element, okay, every element has an equal probability of being chosen as a part of sample. Out of 100, if I want to select 20 randomly, these all 100 members are getting, or there is an equal probability of getting selected. So again, a chances. Okay, the probability of selection 1 upon 100. Probability तुमच्या statistics मध्ये झालेलं असणार ना in the first semester मध्ये. What about the probability here? All members will get the one chance, at least one chance to come. Chance. आणि येणार आहे की नाही येणार आहे, that is a probability. That's why 1/100. आता मी तुम्हाला सांगितलं random generator. Random generator, random number generator म्हणजे it's a hardware device or a software algorithm that generates the number. Okay, that gives the number from a limited or unlimited distribution and outputs it. Different types of random generator available आहे. True random number generator आणि काय दुसरं PSUD असं काहीतरी random generator different आहे. That but आम्ही स्टुडंट्सचा प्रोजेक्ट चेक करत असताना मोस्टली स्टुडंट्स they are writing sample methods by using random sampling method. Okay, by using random sampling method means then आम्ही विचारताय तुम्ही कुठला रॅन्डम नंबर वापरलाय का रॅन्डम टेबल वापरलाय का नथिंग. then we cannot आपण असं शब्द वापरताना रॅन्डमली म्हणजे आपल्या रॅन्डमली सिलेक्ट केलंय. but in research random sampling method, simple random sampling method is totally different. Okay, don't write randomly select केलं असं कुठे write करू नका. Another way is that is come under the non-probability that at that time I can give proper idea. When you select the sample by using this random number or table or random number generator, then only we can use that. Or lottery method is also we can call it as a it's a very what we can call mostly used method of sample selection. But nowadays it is totally outdated. Okay, that random sample number this method वापरायचे तर first of all we have to prepare the list of all the population members and each item is marked. Suppose 100 members have 1 to 100 म्हणून सगळ्यांचं मार्किंग द्यायचे नंबर द्यायचे and from that researchers either use random table or random number generator software. Researchers can pick up at their requirement. म्हणजे selection 20 किती आहे तर they can use. And there are two approaches to minimize the bias in the simple random sampling. First is lottery method and second use random numbers. Lottery method actually it's one of the oldest way of, or we can call it as it is a mechanical example of random sampling. It was very commonly used, but nowadays it's outdated. Mostly simple random sampling वापरायचे तर proper output without any bias they use by using the random numbers. आता random numbers मी तुम्हाला आता इथे काही दाखवणार नाही आणि no need to discuss about that. Just if you want to select by using this, go through the internet, collect information, you will get the all ideas. Okay, next one, stratified random sampling. Okay, next one, stratified random sampling. Suppose before coming to the stratified random sampling, just you think, just if you want to find out 30 girls from your college out of 100. Okay, total 100 मध्ये 30 members out of 100 ladies in your college. Out of that 100 girls, if you want to select 30, all 100 members ला assign करायचे number. All girl students ला number assign करायचे. Then using random table you have to pick up. Okay, now we get, because of time limit, we can come into the stratified random sampling. Now, what is stratified random sampling? If the population is heterogeneous, आता homogeneous and heterogeneous population म्हणजे homogeneous means similar type of nature, heterogeneous different. Okay, in that case, we can use the stratified random sampling. In this case, population will be divided into number of groups. That groups we can call it as a strata. Okay, within that groups, it may be strata तयार करताना may be homogeneous basis मध्ये. Okay, then from that you have to pick up the right number. Then in stratified sampling, the total population is divided into smaller groups to complete the sampling process. Okay, then that small groups is formed based how to form based on few characteristics. It's maybe based on homogeneous characteristics. Okay, for example, just imagine there are 3 bags A, B, C. Bag A मध्ये 50 chocolates आहे. Bag A मध्ये 50 chocolates आहे. Bag B मध्ये 100 chocolates. Bag C मध्ये 200 chocolates. A मध्ये 50, B मध्ये 100, C मध्ये 200. And we have to choose sample from each bag proportionately. एक bag मधून नाही घ्यायचंय, each bag मधून. Okay, first of all, we have to decide किती घ्यायचं. Suppose I decided 35 घेणार. तर bag A मध्ये 5 घेतलंय, bag B मध्ये 10 घेतलंय, bag 2B C मधून 20. Just like that, proportionally we have to select the sample from each group. This method we can call it as a stratified random sampling. Okay, how to do that? There is a one formula. Okay, first of all, stratified sampling method, we have to divide it into small group based on the similarity. Okay, and from each group we have to pick up some data. Now, coming to this, it may be age basis, socioeconomic division basis, nationality basis, religions, educational basis, whatever your educational achievement or any other classification that you can consider to do the stratified random sampling. Okay, now coming to this formula, how to do. NH means sample size for the H stratum. Okay, for example, if you have, just go through that, you give answer to me. If you have 4 strata with 500, 1000, 1500, 2000 representative size, and the research organization select, just imagine they have to decide 50% sample. What about the total number? 2003, 4500, total 5000 is there. Okay, from 5000, they decided to select half. And 2500 select करायचे. Then proportionally they have to select. Maybe 250 from first strata, 1000 from out of 1000, 500, 1500, 750, 2000, 1000. 50 from each strata we have to select. Okay, then that means it represents the total. That represents the total. Now just I've written here 100 to 50. Okay, that means irrespective of the samples size of the population, some members काय करत असतात माहितीये, total 200 म्हणजे each strata मधून equal number. But by considering the size of the strata, proportionally you have to select. Irrespective of the sample size of the population, the sampling fraction will be remain uniform across all the strata. Then only equal representation येणार. 500 मध्ये पण 250 घेतले, 2000 मध्ये पण 250 घेतले, that we cannot call it as a proper proportionate. Hence proportionately you have to select. Okay, this we can call it as a disproportionate. One strata we consider half, second strata 1/3, third one मध्ये 1/4, next one मध्ये 1/5. This we can call it as a disproportionate stratified random sampling. But when you are going to select, always you have to consider the proportionate random sampling method. Now, another one. Just you think about. Actually, I want answer from you. Answer साठी आता time जाणार आहे. म्हणून मी answer आता विचारत नाही. But if you have any doubt, you can contact me. Okay. Just you think, Actually, the beauty of offline lecture now that is missing here. Just by looking to your face, I will get the proper response. Yes, go through this. There are 100 students of school having 1,000 students were asked questions. We plan to decide 100 students of a school having 1,000 students. What about the total population? 1,000. They were asked questions about their favorite subject. And it is the fact that students of 8th grade will have a different preferences than the 9th standard, than the 7th standard. Okay, this is the students. 5th standard, 150 students are the 6th standard, 250 students are the 7th, 300, 8th, 200, 9th, 100. Now, just by using that, you have to select students from each strata. How to do that? Anyone can you give answer to me? Calculate sample of each grade using the stratified random sampling. What about the total number we are going to select? 100 out of 1,000. That's why how to find out? 100 upon 1,000 into 150. In the case of first one. Second one, 100 out of 1,000 into 250. Okay. Third one, 100 upon 1,000 into 300. Just like that we have to select. Just find out 100 upon 1,000 because our sample size we decide 100. Total number of population 1,000. First strata number of students, 5th class 150 students. That's why 15. Second one 25. Third one 300 students. That's why 30. Just like that, proportionally we have to select the sample. This we can call it as a strati. First of all, divide the entire population into different groups. It may be age base, any base you can consider. So we class base any base. Okay, then that we can call it as a stratified random sampling. Now we can come into the systematic sampling. मी थोडंसं कॅल्क्युलेशन म्हणजे तुम्हाला ऍटलीस्ट मेथड्स कंप्लीट करायला पाहिजे ना. Then now coming to the systematic sampling. What is systematic sampling? If you think about the systematic sampling, actually stratified random sampling mostly researchers वापरतात because more accuracy of result. म्हणजे खूप ऍक्च्युअली बोलू शकते पण आम्ही लिमिट करायला लागलाय. Now coming to the systematic sampling. Systematic sampling, the entire units are selected from the population at a uniform interval. Okay, that means the items are selected from the target population by selecting the random selection point. What we have to do for his researchers, first of all, calculate the sampling interval. कसं sampling interval घ्यायचे by dividing the entire population size by the desired sample size. Suppose out of 100, I want to select 10 members. Out of 100, I want to select 10. What will be the sample interval? That first of all we have to select. Out of 100, 100. Out of 100, 10 only. Then 10 upon 100 upon 10. What about the point 10? That 10 is the getting the students. Just what about my 1 minute? Just what about my point? There are 100 students. Okay, out of that 100 students, I want to select only 10 students. Then we have to find out the sample interval 100 upon 10. That means that is 10. The 10 is the interval. Now, we have to arrange. First of all, we have to calculate the interval. And we have to arrange entire the population in an order. It may be numerically, alphabetically, anyway. For example, students. We fall entire students la roll number base made 100 students roll number base made I arrange the students. Okay. What about the arrange the students? Arrange the students into different group 1, 2, क्लास इंटरवल किती 1 to just like that up to 10 एक क्लास मध्ये घेतलंय. नेक्स्ट वन 11 to 20. Next one 21 to 30. Just like that, we have to prepare the strata up to 100. Now, in this method, अगोदर अरेंज करायचे, इंटरवल डिसाइड करायचे, in this case 10. तर 10 members अरेंज केले. From that, we have to pick up anyone. I'm going to pick up suppose 3 from this criteria. Next one 13. Next one 23. Next one 33. By taking proper interval, we are going to select the sample. This method we can call it as a systematic sampling method. काय करायला पाहिजे, अगोदर इंटरवल काढायचं. इंटरवल कसा काढायचं, टोटल सॅम्पल, टोटल पॉप्युलेशन डिवाइडेड बाय सॅम्पल साइज. अरेंज इट इन अ प्रॉपर सिक्वेन्स. ओके, आयदर नंबर बेस मध्ये असं अरेंज करू शकते, that we can call it as a systematic random sampling, or using circular systematic sampling or linear method. For example, ये circular मध्ये this also you can use, okay, to select the sample. Circular method, for example, suppose if you decide, okay, 3 is our interval. Just imagine 3 is our interval. Then suppose if we take A, interval काय आहे 3. Okay, third one घ्यायचं P, C, D, A, D, आणि if we take B, E घ्यायचं 1, 2, third item. C आहे तर 1, 2, 3, C, A. D आहे तर 1, 2, 3. Just like that. Then we have to total population. We have to now here. Suppose if here किती आहे total, just imagine किती. First of all, we have to consider here population just 2.5. 2.5 आहे तर 2 घ्यायचं. Second one. Suppose if it is population number 7 by 2, 3.5. But 4 नाही घ्यायचं. Third items घ्यायचं. Just like that, we can by using any one circular, or otherwise you can arrange in a total sequence आणि total as a interval घेऊ शकते. Any method we can use. Okay, either arrange it in a proper, मी इथे दाखवले सारखं तुम्ही arrange करायचं by consider the interval and pick up one from lottery method वापरून, or an random sampling method pick up one and equal interval लागायचं. And linear मध्ये असं arrange करून you can find out the proper distance movement, or circular, anything you can use systematically. You have to find out. That is another method. Next one, okay, cluster sampling. Cluster sampling means, in this cluster sampling, the cluster or the groups, okay, group of the people are formed from the population set. But काय करत असताना मी हेट्रोजिनियसला म्हणलं एनी कॅरेक्टरिस्टिक्स घेऊन इथं सिमिलर बघून we have to find out the cluster, mostly geographical base. For example, just imagine one educational institution, okay, IAM तसा institution, they have more branches, 10 branches बघूया across the country. If we want to collect the data, okay, if we want to collect the data across the country, just if you think about that, a number of educational 10 branches across the country with almost now n number of students. If we want to collect some data regarding the facilities and other things, it's very difficult. We have to travel that entire IIM institutes, परमिशन काढायला वेळ लागणार, आणि कुठे कुठे इन्स्टिट्यूट IIM A, B, C कुठे आहे. A means Ahmedabad, Bangalore, then Calcutta. Then we have to move every area. It's very difficult. It's very expensive. It's very difficult for us to travel everywhere to every unit to collect the required data. Hence, we can use random sampling method. Okay. Here, what we can do, this cluster sampling method we can use. Entire population, we have to divide it into different groups or clusters rather than an individual element. Entire group that we can consider as a, or this we can sometimes एरिया बेस मध्ये आहे तर एरिया सॅम्पलिंग मध्ये. If clusters are formed considering the geographical area, it is called as area sampling. Okay, then before coming to the cluster sampling and अगोदर आपण बघितलेले, there is a actually cluster sampling मध्ये there are different types of cluster sampling. Single stage cluster sampling, two stage cluster sampling, multi-stage cluster sampling. Before coming to the multi-stage sampling, even in the cluster sampling, there are three types of cluster sampling: single range, two stage, and three stage. Single stage म्हणजे काय आहे ते नेम मध्ये सांगितलेलं आहे. Suppose an NGO, they want to create a sample of girls across 5 districts. Okay, across 5 districts from Maharashtra to provide education. In that case, only one thing, okay, they want to identify the girl students only. 5 neighboring districts घेणार आहे आणि NGO काय करणार, NGO randomly select towns, that towns as a cluster, or districts, that districts as a cluster, to sample this, to form a sample, and they are going to extend the help to the girls for the education in those who are from that town. So only one stage, that we can call it a single stage. Two stage मध्ये two types. Okay, just like that you can find out multi-stage also. Multi-stage मध्ये काय होणार, an organization just of all they want to conduct a survey to analyze the performance of what we can call like manufacturing organization. They want to, or mobile manufacturers, they want to conduct the survey to analyze the performance of these smartphones across India. They can divide the entire country into different state basis. They can divide, and from each state again they can divide it into again state district base, and from that district, which district is the highest population, select that districts, and those who use the mobile select only mobile users. And different stage मध्ये घ्यायचं. First of all, entire districts मध्ये आपण divide केले, or entire states, and those states are having high population, that select केले only 5 to 6. From that some districts select केले, or by considering some nature, then from that district again mobile users use, what are the mobile users only select केले. It's a different stage मध्ये we are going to create. That's we can call it a multi-stage also. Now coming to the next one, multi-stage sampling. Okay, and in the case of multi-stage sampling, maybe before coming to the multi-stage, तुमच्या मनात आता एक थोडासा doubt आले असणार. What about the difference between cluster method and stratified sampling? Don't be confused. In stratified sampling मध्ये काय येणार, population is divided into mutually exclusive groups, that is externally heterogeneous. Okay, but internally homogeneous असणार. But इथं कसं येणार, stratified sampling मध्ये researchers may divide the population into groups, maybe female, male, but cluster sampling are similar to each other, but internal composition differences. Maybe particular state घेणार, ते states ला members घेणार, or district ला घेणार, शेवटी they are going to come. Suppose female घेणार, तर only female they are going to consider. That is the difference between these two methods. Okay, time limit आहे म्हणून detail मध्ये नाही जाणार. Coming to the multi-stage sampling, because we have to complete all. In the case of multi-stage sampling, it's a even cluster sampling you can find out multi-stage sampling, or multi-stage sampling means it's a combination of one or more of the preceding procedures. एक नाही, 3-4 stages तुम्हाला बघायला मिळणार, more than 2. or more than one. Okay, that means first of all, what about this method? The population is separated into different clusters, which are again subdivided and organized in a numerous subgroups, separate strata, depending on the similarities. Each strata मध्ये one or more clusters we can choose at random. आणि ते कधीपर्यंत असं कंटिन्युअस करायचे, कधीपर्यंत असं डिवाइड करू शकत नाही, असं कंटिन्युअस स्टेज करून डिफरंट लेयर्स मध्ये करणार आहे. दॅट वी कॅन कॉल इट एज अ मल्टी स्टेज सॅम्पलिंग. ऍक्च्युली ये मोस्टली कसं वापरते माहितीये, रिसर्चर वॉन्ट्स टू डू द मोर ऍक्युरेट इन्फॉर्मेशन. ओके, दे वॉन्ट टू कलेक्ट प्रायमरी डाटा from the geographically dispersed population. Okay, then they are going to use this multi-stage sampling. And in the multi-stage sampling, multi-stage cluster sampling also there, or you can find out multi-stage random sampling also. But mostly members multi-stage sampling म्हणजे mostly multi-stage cluster sampling वापरत असते. Okay, first stage, select the large primary sample units such as states, districts, towns, finally family from the town, and family मध्ये number of people, as small divide करून यायचे. That is the. And another one, sequential sampling. Okay, sequential sampling मध्ये मी तुम्हाला first mostly example देते. Then we can come into the theory. खूप रेअरली वापरते. इट्स समवट व्हेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स सॅम्पलिंग मेथड. फायनान्स किती स्टुडंट्स आहे मला माहित नाही, और बीकॉम झालेले, सपोज इफ यू आर इन अ फर्स्ट इयर, बीकॉम झालेले स्टुडंट्सला ऑडिटिंग पेपर होते है ना. ऑडिटिंग मध्ये ऑडिटर काय करताय, ऑडिटरचं ड्युटी टू चेक, टू व्हेरीफाय. व्हॉट इज द सिक्वेन्शियल सॅम्पलिंग मध्ये ऑडिटर काय करते, ऑडिटर डेव्हलप ए सेट ऑफ 3 ग्रुप्स ऑफ सॅम्पलिंग युनिट्स. Each group, successive groups contain the same number of units to be sampled. काय scenario सांगते तुम्हाला. First one, एक auditor analysis of the first group and not find no deviations. जे ऑडिटिंग करत असताना काही डिव्हिएशन्स कव्हर केले नाही, थोडंसं चेक केलंय, फर्स्ट ग्रुप थोडा चेक केलंय, नो डिव्हिएशन्स फाइंड आउट. सो द ऑडिटर कन्क्लूजन काय असणार, ऑडिटर कन्क्लूड दॅट सॅम्पल प्रॉपर प्लॅन्ड, असेस्ड, कंट्रोल आहे, प्रॉपर एकदम व्यवस्थित आहे. दॅट्स वाय ऑडिटर कॅन डिसाइड नॉट टू एक्झामिन एनी ॲडिशनल सॅम्पलिंग युनिट्स. एक सॅम्पल युनिट घेतलंय, ते सॅम्पल युनिट बघितल्यावर काही डिव्हिएशन्स नाही. आपण ऑडिटिंगचे काम माहितीये ना, टिक्का करायचं असताना चेक करून, तर टिक करत असताना काही डिव्हिएशन्स नाही. Then auditor can decide. What the auditor can decide? Auditor can decide not to examine any additional sampling units. Okay, now I can give the second situation to you. Suppose first group and analysis uncovers 2 deviation. Okay, then 2 deviations that's why auditor decides to continue with the sampling. तर नेक्स्ट सॅम्पलिंग युनिट घेणार, and second unit मध्ये again find out one additional deviation. Then auditor is going to take third one, third sample. Suppose any other additional घेतलंय, then 4 additional deviations बघितले, then they are going to come into the fourth one. When the situation change, sequence मध्ये first one मध्ये बघितलं, then second मध्ये घेतलं, third, then next घेतलं, चेक केलं. And last another one situation, when they are going to analyze the first group, 4 deviations बघितले, 4 deviations which is 2. Then engaging the examination of further group, auditor काय करणार आहे, म्हणजे deviations खूप बघितलं, too much deviations. Auditor is going to close sampling checking. Entire sampling methods बंद करणार आहे. Each and every voucher check करणार. Okay, that means when sequence मध्ये येणार, first case मध्ये काय सांगितलं, when the situation no deviations, that's why एकच चेक करून, एक सॅम्पल चेक करून बाकी सगळे conclude करणार, everything is okay, no risk. Second one, फर्स्ट युनिट घेतले, सम एक दोन सापडले, सेकंड मध्ये एक सापडले, थर्ड मध्ये एक क्युरी आले, तर क्लिअर झालं, तर नो नीड टू गो फॉर फर्दर. थर्ड सिच्युएशन, फर्स्ट मध्ये खूप डिव्हिएशन्स बघितले फर्स्ट सॅम्पल्स घेतल्यावर, देन इन दॅट केस ऑडिटर इज ऑलवेज इज गोइंग टू फेस द रिस्क. ऑडिटर सॅम्पलिंग मेथड्स बंद करणार, देन ही इज गोइंग टू प्लॅन सेन्सस मेथड समटाइम्स. Okay, then this type of sampling method we can call it as a sequential. Okay, परत असं काय sequential म्हणजे that involves evaluation of each sample taken from the population to see if it is fit a desired conclusion. Okay, ये कधी घेणार आहे? This is possible in fewer sample units being examined. Okay, and will continue if any deviations are found. तोपर्यंत आपण deviations कधी बघत नाही, तोपर्यंत ये प्रोसिजर असं कंटिन्यू करून जाणार आहे. That type of sampling method we can call it as a size of the sample is not fixed in advance. So it is based on the mathematical decisions. It's based on the आपण आता मी फायनान्स एक्झाम्पल mathematical decision म्हणल्यावर तुमचं जाणार आहे म्हणून मी फायनान्स एक्झाम्पल सांगितलं. On the basis of information yielded, म्हणजे आपण कसं आपल्याला इन्फॉर्मेशन येणार अकॉर्डिंग टू दॅट आपण सर्वे प्रोग्रेस करणार. इनिशियल इटसेल्फ देयर इज नो, ऑडिटरच्या केसमध्ये इनिशियल इटसेल्फ देयर इज नो डिव्हिएशन्स, देन दे स्टॉप, दॅट इज सॅम्पलिंग मेथड. ओके, टू मच डिव्हिएशन, सॅम्पल बंद करून पॉप्युलेशन, लाईक दॅट व्हेन वी आर गोइंग टू सिलेक्ट द सॅम्पल, दॅट वी कॅन कॉल इट एज अ सिक्वेन्शियल सॅम्पल. ओके, मेनली कुठे येणार? क्वालिटी कंट्रोल डिपार्टमेंट, फायनान्स, ऑडिटिंग, दे आर गोइंग टू यूज this type of method. Now, coming to the non-probability, we already discussed. Madam, can I continue now with complete karun, fast complete karta hai. Now we can come into the non-probability sampling. Now we can come into the non-probability sampling. What is, we already discussed about the sequential probability sampling, different methods. Come into the non-probability. Okay, what is non-probability? Non-probability means we can call it as a purposive or deliberate sampling. This method means in which researchers select a sample based on subjective judgment rather than a random selection. Okay, proper as a systematic काही नाही. आपलं based on the आपलं judgment basis we are going to pick up some units. Mostly आपण students तुम्ही project करत असताना सिस्टमॅटिक सॅम्पलिंग मोस्टली कोण वापरत नाही, और प्रोबॅबिलिटी सॅम्पलिंग कोण वापरत नाही. मोस्टली तुम्ही नॉन प्रोबॅबिलिटी मेथड वापरताय.
Hello,
when you are yes or no, ma'am?
Ma'am, already you have covered a lot of things in the probability sampling, which is scientific way, and students understood that. So I think non-probability not necessary, ma'am. Only briefly cover it. Only briefly.
Okay. In the case of non-probability, this include first of all convenience sampling, second one judgment sampling, next one quota sampling. Okay, now just एक आपण just बघूया. Okay, first of all purposive or judgmental sampling. Okay, different purposive or judgmental sampling. First of all we can discuss what is the purposive sampling. Suppose sometimes what is going to happen, if a group of people, if we want to select a people for a, if we want to apna college madhe we want to select a cricket team. Okay, we want to form a cricket team. How you are going to form the cricket team? You are going to ask questions. Do you play cricket? Are you ready to join the cricket club? If their answer is yes, then you are going to consider. If their answer is no, then automatically they will be excluded from your sample. Okay, that we can call it as a judgmental sample. On the basis of your purpose, The process of selecting sample using judgmental sampling, that on the basis of purpose when you are going to use. Okay, next one, because time limit, I'm going to take with thoda sa fast get there. And lot of you can find out. Suppose in the case of judgmental sampling, now mostly online business yes chalu jalevar ethical hacking, that is very common. That's why where a panel decides to understand what are the factors which lead to select ethical hacking as a profession. That ethical hacking म्हणजे काय, it is a skill that mostly youth मध्ये खूप attracting एक skill आहे ethical hacking. But ethical hacking not this one. More and more people are selecting it as a profession. That's why in this case कोण ethical hacking करणारे identify करून purposely त्यांच्याकडून data collect करणार, that we can call it as a purposive sampling. Okay, then next one we can call it as a convenience sampling also. Before coming to the first one, convenience sampling. What about the convenience sampling? In the convenience sampling, when the population elements are selected for inclusion in the sampling. Okay, that means the samples are selected from the population directly because of the conveniently available for the researcher. Suppose if you visit industry to collect the data, HR manager कोण available आहे ते memberला तुम्हाला respondent म्हणून देणार. Or on the basis of your convenience, only first shift मध्ये जाणार, you are going to collect information only from that members. That we can call it as a convenience sample. Very easy. Researcher no need to select the sample. Okay, on the basis of our convenience, we are going to select. Okay, that type of sampling we can call it as a, for example, an NGO. They want to establish their branches in 20 cities. Just imagine. They have to select top 20 cities as per their convenience and or as per the nearest area. आपल्या convenience बघून आपल्या nearest area बघून आपण केले, that type of we can call it as a convenience sampling. Next one, quota sampling. Okay, lot of examples are there. Just me आता time limit है म्हणून थोडासा cut करते. What about the quota sampling? In the case of quota sampling, interviewers are simply given quota to be filled from the strata. Okay, this actual selection of items left to the interviewers. काय तुम्ही select करणार आहे, कसं select करणार आहे, that is in your hand. Our just for example, आपलं population आहे ना, that is आपल्या तुम्ही आता क्लासमध्ये असणे 65% ladies आहे, 35% gents, for example. Our sample should be composed of the same proportion of girls and boys. The sort of example then here means the proportion or characteristics or traits in the sample should be the same as in the population. 65% girls and 35% boys. When you are going to select the sample मध्ये पण 65% girls and 65% 35% boys यायला पाहिजे. Then that type of sampling we can call it as a quota sampling method. Okay, next one, snowball sampling method. In the case of snowball sampling method, खूप rarely and in some area, especially medical field मध्ये वापरतात. Okay, आपला management area मध्ये खूप कमी वापरत असते snowball sampling. Snowball sampling we can call it as a chain referral sampling techniques also. And here, that sample traits are very difficult to find out. And sample method is used in hidden population. For example, this corona periods मध्ये कोण आपल्याला कोरोना झाले in the beginning, कोरोना झाले सांगायला तयार नव्हते. Okay, in that time, you decided to conduct a survey regarding COVID patients. But mostly COVID patients, if we go and asking people about their COVID positivity, कोण सांगत नव्हते, भीती वाटत होते. म्हणजे people, their look, their approach that is totally different. म्हणजे काहीतरी असं विचित्र बघत होते. That's why people are not ready to tell their positivity. Mostly chances काय आहे, most of them they will not tell us about their positivity, or they are not able to talk it very openly also. In that case, what you have to do, you have to approach some doctor. The doctor कडे किती पेशंट आहे एकाने पकडायचं and doctor through बाकी members ला contact करायचे, or you can contact their relatives, and that relatives or that doctor can help you to collect more information. Okay, this type of method we can call it as a snowball sampling. एक म्हणजे सिस्टमॅटिक असं नाही, आपल्याला पॉप्युलेशन माहिती नाही, हिडन पॉप्युलेशन आहे. इट इज दर. कोणाला कोरोना झाल्यावर कोणाला काय डिसीज झालंय, वी डोंट हॅव एनी आयडिया. Okay, in that case, we have to contact one member. Through that members, we can collect the data, or you can contact doctor also. That's why mostly we can find out this type of medical information. Medical field मध्ये this method mostly used होते. Snowball sampling. Suppose as a researcher, if you want to study homeless members in our area. मोस्टली मेंबर्स सांगायला आवडत नाही, मी होमलेस, माझ्याकडे घर नाहीये, मला हे माझं फायनान्शियल पोझिशन काय आहे कोण डिक्लेअर करत नाही आणि कुठे अवेलेबल पण नसते. ओके, देन तुम्ही काय करणार आहे, कोणाला तरी रिलेटिव्स थ्रू कोणाला तरी विचारायचं, तर एरियाला सरपंचला भेटायचंय, देन थ्रू दॅट यू कॅन कलेक्ट सम इन्फॉर्मेशन. दिस टाइप ऑफ मेथड वी कॅन कॉल इट एज ए स्नो सॅम्पलिंग. नाउ फर्स्ट पेज मध्ये आपण सांगितलंय देर आर टू टाइप्स. इट्स बेस्ड ऑन एलिमेंट, unrestricted and restricted, based on this probability and non-probability. Now simple random sampling, it's come under the probability as well as it is an unrestricted sampling. Okay, then cluster sampling, systematic stratified sampling, that we can call it as a restricted sampling. In the case of non-probability sampling, convenient sampling is come under the unrestricted one. Purposive quota sampling, judgment sampling, that is come under the restricted sampling. In the beginning, मी तुम्हाला सांगितले it's divided on the basis of element and on the basis of representation. Then these all we concluded into this table. Now, actually there is sample size determination. Madam, what we have to do? We have to stop it here, or what we have to do?
Ma'am, can we stop here because?
Okay, no problem, no problem.
Okay.
And we have completed all and their sample determination, whatever the sampling procedure. And just you think, when you decide sample size determination, that is very important. By using some formula, we can calculate. But nowadays, no need to go through any formula calculation. Internet la जायचं, तिथे तुमच्या sample size, degrees of confidence level, and whatever the sample error that you have to type over the direct, you can get the sample size determination also. Okay, that's why तुम्हाला म्हणजे formula माहिती नाही तर पण don't bother. Direct using internet, you will get the direct answer also. But proper sample selection is very important. Proper sample selection नाही तर तुमच्या entire project will be in risk. That's why that is also important. These are the sampling methods. Okay, probability and non-probability methods. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. So it's right now, after the conclusion of this session, it's my duty to offer the vote of thanks. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you, our principal, Dr. R.A. Shinde, sir, Professor in charge, Dr. M.M. Ali, sir, Dr. R.M. Elleti, sir, convener of this workshop, for giving us an opportunity to conduct this one-day workshop on sensitization of research culture among MBA MCA students under lead college activity in association with Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I, Dr. N.U. Deshpande, co-convener of this workshop. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks for this second session of one-day workshop on behalf of VPMSR, Sangli and entire team, and on my own behalf, I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to our today's resource person, Honorable Dr. Bindu Menon ma'am, Associate Professor C. Cyber Kolhapur, for conducting a session on sampling techniques and sample size determination. The sample size is an important feature of any study or investigation in which the aim is to make inferences about the population from a sample. So has covered many topics like sample design, census and sample survey. She has given n number of examples considering the BP college, BP students. She has covered the types of sample, probability sampling and non-probability sampling. And students were benefited definitely, ma'am. Thank you very much. The sample size really it's a critical subject topic for the researchers to come to a perfect sample size. So methods of sampling and how to derive the sample from a population, say, has covered everything. I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the students, faculties from the different colleges affiliated to Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I thank Dr. R.M. Meleti sir, convener of this one-day workshop, for trusting me and shouldering the responsibility to coordinate this session. Last but not the least, I thank Korde sir, Professor A.R. Rasai ma'am, co-convener of this workshop, for their cooperation and technical assistance in hosting this workshop. Once again, I thank you all who has directly and indirectly cooperated me to handle this session very successfully. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks a lot for sparing your valuable time and conducting this session on sampling. Thank you.
Madam, thank you for giving me opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Participants, the feedback link is posted in the chat box. So you are required to fill the feedback form. After 2 days, you will definitely receive the e-certificates. The feedback form filling is compulsory. I request all the participants to use that link and fill the feedback form. Participants, you will receive the e-certificates only after filling the feedback form. So it's compulsory to fill the feedback form. Thank you, ma'am.
Can I leave, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a nice day. Participants, check your chat box in which we have posted the feedback form. Please fill it. Only after filling this feedback form, you may receive once again we have posted the feedback form. Professor Arun Shinde sir, Desai ma'am from RIT, thank you very much. All the faculties, Chavan ma'am, Patil sir, different faculties are also joined for this workshop. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. A.B. Patil sir is there, Dr. Sulakshana Chavan ma'am is there, Dr. Desai ma'am from RIT, Professor Arun Shinde sir, thank you very much. Please fill the feedback form, sir. Any participant who wants to give feedback? Hello? From the participants? Anyone wants to give the feedback? Okay. Once you fill the feedback, we will sign off. Actually, this workshop was in hybrid mode. So more than 140 students, they have benefited. They have physically attended this workshop. Thank you very much, all the participants. We are going to sign off now. Thank you very much. Thanks for your cooperation and patience listening. Thank you. I am going to sign off now.